Yeah. Oh, yeah. So he's got some work to do. Wait till he's half asleep.
Yo te traigo esta bomba puertorriqueña. Yo te la traigo de Cupey, de Vega Baja y de Santurce, de todas partes de Puerto Rico. Esta bomba yo la dedico a toda mi gente de Puerto Rico, a la familia Fontanet, allá en Cupey Alto y Lo Mejía en Vega Baja. ¡Que gocen! ¡Sí! Bomba, bomba, para siempre. Bomba, bomba, está presente. Aquí lo canta mi gente. Bomba, bomba, para siempre.
Jazz Club. Okay. And it's so packed in here. The band sounds great. Double penny whistle track. How are you? Oh yeah? Thank you. Yeah, man. Did you went to the screening of Pull My Daisy? Did you enjoy it?
Good afternoon, and welcome everybody.
Yeah.
Happy Tuesday.
Great. That's the second time I saw it. David Amron talking about it. Okay.
Today I'm going to be doing some more throwing. Yesterday was a catch-up day. We took off Sunday. So I got a lot of stuff finished up yesterday. Tried to fire a kiln, but the kiln didn't want to fire, so I've got some parts ordered. There's Minnie.
Thank you. Alright, super, let me see.
You gonna stay down here with us? She was in her hammock. You gonna claim the cat bed before Mir gets here? Trying to clean off one of my sponges.
Yeah.
Today I'm gonna be making mostly my 20-ounce mugs. So I've got a whole lot of those to make, and I need to restock on some of the on some of our fandom mugs, because we do have another show in a couple of weeks that we got into. We got into C2E2, which is in Chicago.
People in it than there is right now.
So one thing I didn't do is turn on or highlight my guide. I'm not even sure if it's correct anymore. I'll have to see. I will definitely remeasure. That at least gives me a starting point, because I'm pretty sure this is too tall, but won't know until I measure. And there's my ruler. That is way too tall. Got a little bit carried away with that one. So when something is too tall, you can either, I'm going to try to compress it down, but you can just like trim the top part off, but I would rather compress it back down. Make the rim a little bit thicker. Just gonna compress this in a little bit. Let's look at a little bit better. Because it only needs to hold 20 ounces, not like... not more than that. Plus, if it gets like way too tall and thin, like that's, on one hand I can be proud that it's impressive I can get it that tall and thin, but also it makes it a bit too brittle. So you got to think of the practical usage of the item you're making. What I actually got to the point where I was doing that I wasn't measuring properly, and I was just eyeballing the pieces, and they just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger because I was getting better at throwing the clay and throwing the form, but I had to start measuring again because they were getting out of hand, and I was actually breaking several of them as I was trying to glaze them because they were so thin and fragile. I need a bag to put my scraps in. Okay, I measured that last one, but I did not, like, see if the guide was in the right place. So we'll measure this one again, too. Belzy, hello! Good afternoon, how's it going? Okay, let's see how tall this is and if my guide needs to be adjusted. Okay, that one, according to the ruler, needs to be a little bit taller. So, let's adjust that there. And see. See what this is. Your teacher is in Salt Lake for the big pottery convention, so no pottery for you this week, but your home studio is done. You could throw it home. Nice. I forget Ensika is this week. I've been hearing people talk about it so much that I forgot that it was actually now. You know, you hear chatter about it all the time. I wonder where it is next year. Like Salt Lake, they swap between like East Coast, West Coast, and somewhere in the middle, and so Salt Lake is soundly in the middle. I just don't remember where they were last time, so it might be on the West Coast next year. Alright. Alright, that's good. Next year it's in Detroit? Okay. I've been to Ensika once, and it was exactly 10 years ago, so it was in... in Boston or Rhode Island. Like I flew into one and drove down, but I think it was in maybe Rhode Island then. Oh yeah, you might go if it's close to Canada, so you might go if we're still friends with the USA. Yeah, it's. I don't blame you. I don't blame you for not being friends. I don't blame you at all. I wouldn't be friends with us either right now. So I'm making the 20-ounce mugs today, and like I said, I'm making quite a few of them. I have several to make. I'm gonna see if I can get to 100 today. Your teacher wants to do a group road trip next year because it's close enough to go by car. Yes, you should. Yeah, I always want to send something into the cup exchange, but I never do. See, I gotta move some of my tiles around. There we go. Your teacher brought a bunch in her luggage. I hope they survive. Yes. Like she took her own, or she's probably gonna try to bring them back the same way. Yes. Tell her if she doesn't already know when bringing things back, if you have tennis shoes or boots or anything like that, or something that, like a high top tennis shoe or whatever, put mugs in your shoes. That's what I tell people, because I've had other people tell me that's how they travel with stuff like that. Because I've had people tell me that they take our mugs, with them when they go somewhere, and they just stick them in their shoes and put them in the luggage, and that is a very safe and reliable way to get them there. Well, I hope your teacher like makes a video or takes lots of pictures of the mug room when they get there, because I always want to see that. Whoop! Uh-oh! I think I found the rest of that sponge. Is this a new one or is this a same one? Let's see. Of course, I can't tell what color it is. I'm afraid that might be a different one. That feels like a different texture. Whoops. Well, another sponge down. Rip sponge. Because we go through so much reclaim here, we usually when we're preparing the clay, we put about 50% reclaim in the pug mill, and another half is fresh clay. Should have made this go a little bit faster. So sometimes when we like dump out a bucket, it has a sponge in it. Sometimes we find them and rescue them, but sometimes they make it through the pug mill and die a horrific death. You're already getting a bunch of pictures, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to see if Mid-South is there. They don't always have a booth, but sometimes they do. So Mid-South Ceramic Supply is where I get all my stuff from. They're out of Nashville. That and Kentucky Mudworks is probably there, either under that name or under Mud Tools, because they make a lot of their own tool. No, Dirty Girl Tools. Mud Tools is something else. That's Cheryl Mud Tools out of North Carolina. That had they're the ones that had so much. They had their entire building like taken out by the flooding and storms. But thankfully they are operational again. Mud Tools is the makers of the sponges that we use. But Kentucky Mudworks manufactures Dirty Girl Tools. It's a little bit too fast. Get it centered, make sure it's on there good, and then slow it down a little bit. Let's see. Is this even working? Nope. Nope. I am going to see if this works here. I'm going to try to like record me making a couple of these mugs and then see if it doesn't crash everything. So here we go. Oh, not all suppliers ship to Canada. Yeah, so you had asked her to buy you anything fun, tools or novelties. Oh, the claw-shaped tool that I use, I don't think they actually make these anymore. It's a Dolan, D-O-L-A-N. Look them up. Dolan tool. It was a small family business that handmade these tools, and I'll be honest, I got this one at NCECA 10 years ago, and I'm still using it. So it could have been that they put themselves out of business because they made really, really good quality tools that you never need to replace. But you might still be able to find people that sell them or that have a stock. Because I don't know if they sold it to somebody else and it's changed names or what, but whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, I think the people are more interested in like carving tools right now. That seems to be the more like popular technique. And I forget exactly what that was for. Maybe it was a trimming tool, but I mean, most people don't throw and trim the way I do. A lot of people like to trim the bottom of the pots, whereas I like to just trim it off on the wheel. So that's why I was looking for something just like this. Oh, did you find them? Good. And maybe they just stopped wholesaling, because I know a lot of places that used to carry them don't carry them anymore. But they're out of stock on everything or on a lot of things. Uh-oh. There's the rest of it. There we go. Well, there's another big chunk anyway of that sponge. Where's my thingy? There it is. Fifth Clay, hey. Good afternoon, how are you? Doing fine? About as fine as any of us can be right now. Tired of working. Well, let Minnie embody all of the rest and relaxation you wish you could have today. The refire has not happened yet because I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid it's just gonna go everywhere, but I will. Need to put something underneath it just in case. If it's just a cone 6 fire, send it the way it is and you're happy to take the risk, yeah. Yeah, like it's perfectly functional. There's like a little like sharp spot in it that can be ground down, or you know. Oh, in your kiln. Okay, yes. Oh, there's another piece of that sponge. I think we're gonna find all of it this time. Wonder how many mugs I've made in my life. Oh, I don't even know. Tens of thousands. Tens of thousands. Because let's see, we go through, we purchase 10,000 pounds of clay around that a year. And while not all of that is mugs, a good portion of it is mugs. Whoops. Focus, focus. Can't even blame it on a cat. It's me sticking my elbow at the camera. Well, I'm gonna move these out of the way. And now it focuses. Well, we have 22 mugs. And I've got a drink over here somewhere I need to hydrate with. Did y'all see Mir from the last time I was throwing? He doesn't really like to get his feet wet on the wheel, so he's figured out different ways to get around. So at first he was like jumping over everything when he would try to walk around. Well, he figured out that he could jump on my shoulder and then use me as a stepping block to get to the cat tower and then not have to touch the wheel at all. But I think he's still napping in a box today. He did all his curious running around this morning. I want that one to be a little bit narrower at the top. Yeah, I've got somebody possibly coming over today and dropping off some of the wooden lids for the mugs. So we've got a local woodworker who has made the wooden lids for us, and I get like silicone bands to put around them, kind of like a canister lid seal. And so you've got a tight lid to fit on the mug, with that has a little bit of wiggle room. That was 25. Okay. Spook, hey, yeah, this is Minnie. Yeah, you can see a little bit of her white showing. You know it's her. The floof ball we have over here. Do all wheels come with a square thingy? Actually, no, none do. So the wheel head, when I stop, I'll show you that the wheels come with the wider part here. That is the wheel head itself. And there are many different types of bats you can put on top of the wheel head to move the pots around. So this is a thing that I made myself. And the square tiles are just, they're just 4 tiles. So the cheapest you can find that are not textured. Yeah, so this is a plastic bat that I cut a hole in. And then the wheel head, usually wheel heads will be, what is this, 14 inches, like 14 to 15 inches, depending on the brand, and they will have holes in them that you can put a bolt in, and they're called wheel pins, and that's what holds the bats on. Because usually, when you get a bat, they'll have like some holes drilled in it. If you buy one, because most of the bat pins are kind of like a standard width apart. And the bat pins on this wheel have been there so long that like they're not coming off, unless I get like a tool to cut them off. Like they're permanent now. But even like here, most of the bats you're gonna see are gonna be made out of wood, and then they have like holes in them. This one has it actually has. It only has 2. Never mind. Sometimes they have 4 because there are 2 different like standard sizes you can get, but you can make your own and drill your own holes. Yeah, so you'll see, like, when I first learned at a school, they had you throw directly on the wheel. You know, no bats or anything, unless you were using something really big. But it's just so helpful to be able to lift it off the pot, off the wheel, and move it somewhere else. Now you can buy like ready-made systems. You'll be able to, if you look up like bat systems, you'll find a couple different brands that'll sell you a bat with a hole cut in it, and you know, other smaller bats to fit in the hole. But they're usually made of wood. And the very first one of these I made, I used one of the masonite bats, and it works, but it falls apart so quickly because it's just fiberboard. The plastic one, like, you know, has worked forever. And I just used a Dremel to cut it out. And then these tiles, you know, they're not absorbent, so they don't, the clay doesn't just release from the tiles. That's why I have to cut them off. But so like if I don't cut it off and leave it, it's gonna stick and it's gonna crack. So that's why I cut them off. The other option, which I've also looked at, is using plaster bats, which they tend to be about an inch thick, so they take up a bit more room. But the good thing about those is that like you don't have to cut them off at all, because the plaster will just allow the absorb enough water from the base of the clay that it just pops off. Shanna, hey! Right, Maz? No, otherwise, yeah, this is the way I throw the mugs, like, I wouldn't be able to lift them off the wheel intact. And, you know, when you're learning and first learning, like, they tell you to leave a bunch of extra clay at the bottom of the pot and, you know, use that to pick it up off the wheel and then flip it over and trim off that extra bit. But that's, for me, I don't think that's necessary for each mug. And it's, you know, so much more efficient just to trim that off and do it this way and have a flat bottom. Yeah, Shanna, you copied it, and this one and made a plastic tile one, and it works perfectly. Yes. Reaper Minis, hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Good afternoon. What were y'all working on today? And also, if you need to head out, I completely understand. Thank you for bringing everybody over. Here we go. Come on. There we go. Was that a queen? All right, we have 30 mugs right now. Oops. Is it possible to make a double-walled and thus insulated mug from clay? Technically, yes, it is. It's just like making it on the wheel or even slip casting it, it's gonna have a bit more weight to it, you know? I have seen someone slip casting things like that. So I know it can be done. Oh, you thrifted a really nice 50-ounce travel mug. Keeps the entire pitcher of tea warm. How many of our mugs will be found in a couple thousand years and used to date archaeological digs? Yeah. I think about that whenever, occasionally, and like what are people going to think of in hundreds of years where they find, everybody making all these pots, all the dumpsters with all, or, dumpsters or, landfills with all the ugly broken pots in them outside of what used to be an art center. Or in, like, on our property, in the woods next to our house, we live on a hill, and one time really, like, early on, like, it's, probably 10, 15 years ago, like, I was loading up for a show, and my, like, boxes fell off of my dolly, because we were on a hill, and some of the bowls just rolled into the woods. So there is a pink yarn bowl somewhere in the woods next to our house. I've never seen it again. It just kept going. And somebody's gonna find that. There's probably something living in it now, and you just wonder the story it's gonna be given. Right, that's what they're gonna think, yeah. There are so many. There's this F word on all of these pots. Like, it must have had some religious significance. It must have been a high holy word. Right, that is code for we really haven't a clue. Yes, yes. Well, I'm sure everybody's seen that one article where, or one post where it talks about, you know, what is this thing? It must be some like religious, you know, or way to tell, or early scientific bauble that helps them like worship the sun. That's what it must be. We don't know what it is, and somebody will like, wait, no, that's used to make gloves. Or loom weights. I've seen that one too. Another one was like on like, you know, the body of a very well preserved caveman or whatnot. They found all these different tools, and they're like, well, what is this used for? What could this possibly be used for? We have no idea. And a leather worker was like, no, that's something we still use today because there's just really not anything better to do. Use it. It's a leather working tool made of bone. So some things just are the same. The dig you were part of in Florida was too modern. It was Civil War era to find ritual objects, of course, but you found fascinating things like a doorknob. Yeah. Well, even in such that is considered like a modern dig, you can still find so much that can tell you about daily life. Lee Valley does a what is this old weird looking tool segment every week, and they let Facebook followers guess before giving the answer. I've seen a lot of things like that. I mean, even something as simple as a weird secondhand finds group on Facebook is full of weird stuff. But yeah, it's like we don't even have to go past, even to 100 years, to have like to see so many tools that have just aged out, or are not relevant anymore, things and skills. It's like how language is changing so fast every day. Every year we have new words. What was it like? In one, I forget. I don't know what year it was, but one of the very first ever dictionaries that was made, like, so many of the entries were specifically like a horse. Everyone knows what a horse is, so we don't have to write a description. Everybody knows. And so it's, something is such common knowledge that why would you write it down? Oh, the cookie cutter shapes. Yes, creative. Yeah, where everybody downloads the cookie cutter shape and then fills it in with a different, like, picture. The unique language of online communities, or how language is changing. There was one story of, like, a child was drawing a picture and they were describing how they drew a picture, and they were like, well, I didn't like this part, so I deleted it and then redrew it, and it made me think, it made the poster think. Delete is more common of a word than erase. Because we don't also often use pencil and paper, even though the child was using pencil and paper. Oh, Spook, you consider doing a linguistic study on internet linguistics? Oh yeah, there's such a wealth of information there, yeah. Have you ever listened to the podcast and radio show A Way with Words? Like, you would like that. And they're, it's an NPR program, so you can go online and, like, just see all the subjects if there was one you were looking for. Ooh, stay with me now. But, like, talking about things, like, not being written down because everybody knows how to do this. I ran into that when I was trying to figure out how to make turkey and dressing for the first time. Like, in our family, we lost I lost both of my grandmothers within a few short years, and Bill's mom. And those were the people who knew how to make turkey and dressing at everything. And so we were left figuring it out. Like, my mother and I had never actually sat down and made dressing before because nobody ever had to. So I was figuring it out, and I'm like, oh, I've got all these old cookbooks, because I like old cookbooks. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to look at all these old recipes, and I'm going to make this. But not a single blessed one of them had a recipe for dressing. Not a single one of them, because it's just dressing. Everybody knows how to make that. So I had to go to the internet where other people like me would be like, yeah, here's the recipe, because nobody wrote it down. Wonder Hamster, yeah, like we said, everybody knows what a horse is. That's what it is. And a dragon, I think in that same dictionary, there was a word for drag. They said dragon. Well, it's a fearsome thing. That's a dragon. Yeah. what's the goal for today? Well, I'm gonna maybe try for 100 and see how far I get. I have 37. This will be 38. But if you need my help with something, I can break it up into smaller bits, smaller batches. Which honestly I probably should do. Instead of doing 100 at a time, break it up into 250 batch pieces, 50 batch runs. This one was a little bit tall, so I was just trying to compress it back down again. There we go. All right, Belsey, well, it is in the bisque kiln. Waiting to be fired. Minnie's over here dreaming. She's twitching a little bit. Oop. Wibbly wobbly. you switched it around a little bit for your next pottery term. You're taking a more studio practices class, so you'll make, so you'll be making glazes, learning the different types of firings. Nice. You have a kiln now, so you'll be able to use it. Yes. I was looking for something in our garage because that's where my studio used to be, and I still have like some things just stored there. And I was looking for something, and I came across like a box full of some of my original test tiles that I made when I was first starting out, and like I was trying to figure out different colors that I liked, and so I grabbed those, and there was a bunch of like little 1-pound bags of different glaze ingredients that I didn't know I had. Little testers. So I want to play with the things and see if I can work on some of the glazes I have, because some of them, the ones that I still make from scratch, like the materials are no longer available. Like I've got enough here maybe to make one more batch, but after that it's, they're just not there anymore. And so I've been looking at substitutions and things to, seeing if substitutions will work, or just going a different direction, making something similar but not exactly the same. So the jade and the iron are the two that I make from scratch. And so like the jade is like the bottom green color here, the top on that one. Both of them use Gerstley borite and Custer feldspar, which are neither of them are just available anymore. There is no more of those materials on this earth. And then talc has been an issue for a while, but when I heard that there was a issue with it, I still had like a 50-pound bag, and I still have half of that 50-pound bag. So I'm like, I don't want to like make any new glazes that require talc, but I have some if I need it. It's crazy to think about it actually happening, but it's the type of thing that like historically, that's why like sometimes you can that's one of the ways you can date like an era by its pottery, because like there's maybe only a certain amount of time when that material or thing was able to be made. There's so many like ancient pottery techniques that it's not that we don't know how to do it, it's that those materials are not around anymore. And now there are a lot of things that can be made, like because we know the chemistry of what makes a color do what it does, you can like work with the chemistry and get something similar to happen, but it like at what point is it worth trying to mimic something when you could just make something different with what you have? So
música, música, te traigo música, música, música.
You found some really cool broken bits of dishware. You were able to clean it up and identify the pattern painted on it to a rough estimate of when it was made. Yeah. Oh, adorned. Yeah. No, it was called like Nash Yarn Fest. So that you got it was close. Yeah. So like the people that were there were very happy to be there. It was a very enthusiastic crowd. I need to make this a little bit taller. Did I cut it off already? But it's not a show we would travel to. Like, we made some money because we didn't have any travel expenses, but it was more of a retreat size show than like a festival. But it was at the Nashville Fairgrounds, and it was just a couple miles from our shop, so, there was really no reason why we shouldn't do it. Like, I found out later that they put it on the same weekend as the Middle Tennessee Fiber Festival. It was, what's that called? I forget what the actual name of that is, but that's just south of Nashville. So I thought that was kind of a rude thing to do. So I don't know all of the like relationship there. No, I think that's the issue. They're a Nashville-based magazine. Like, you think they knew. Like, there was something going on there. So the Dixon show, which was the Middle Tennessee Fiber Festival, like they actually shifted their stuff like one weekend. But yeah, you can tell, like the crowd. Like I said, the crowd was very enthusiastic about being there, and the people that were there were shopping. But it just wasn't a big enough crowd to really make it worth the size of the show floor they had, or the amount that some people traveled. So. Oh, they did. It was $500 for a booth for a 10 by 10, and we got 2. But like we did better than some people. But it was in a convention center. It was inside. It was temperature controlled. There was parking. It wasn't out in a field where we had to set up a tent. That was the thing. Like, it was like 1.5 days. Like when I first heard about it, I thought it was a 3-day show, and then suddenly it was like 1.5 days. So I don't know. It was their first year show, so I give them a lot of like learning curve, but I think if they do it again, the vendors that come back are going to be ones that are fairly local. But we've got C2E2 coming up in a couple weeks. We got into that one. I don't know if you knew about that one. We were accepted into C2E2. So we'll see how that one goes, going up to Chicago. And then after that, it's Maryland. Yeah, Adorned, how close are you to Chicago? How far of a drive is that for you? Oh, okay, it's not too bad. Oh, is Shanna still here? I don't know if Shanna Quilts is still here. I was going to ask who all's coming to C2E2, because I know some of her bunch is coming. Jessie, hello. Yes, the little fluff ball here is Minnie, or Minerva. She is my supervisor today. Is Mir in the Sunbeam? I think he's in a box. He's got a box he's been pretty happy with. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. The News Junkie, thank you for the raid. Everything was scrolling by so fast I had to catch up. Welcome, everybody. Yes, I am Twitch's official pot dealer. Welcome in, welcome in. How can we mug you today? I am throwing pots today, but not at the wall. Not at you and not at anyone. Not that kind of throwing. Yeah, these mugs are going to, they're my 20-ounce mugs. That's kind of the most common shape that I make. So I would say that's the most popular item that I sell. They're a little bit bigger than 20 ounces now because they will shrink as they go through the kiln firing process. But they will hold at least 20 ounces of your favorite beverage or soup. Oh, hey, Shanna. Oh, was there a ghost reference? I missed it. Hold on. Everybody take a drink. Here we go. Do the cats mess with the work or try to walk or sit in it? Our newest studio cat, we've had him for just a couple of months. He does. He will walk through things. Like if I leave the mugs out on the table, like he doesn't mess with my cart because it's not got enough room for him to like walk through them. But if I leave them on a table and they're not completely dry, he will step through them. And so I've got several pieces with little paw prints on the bottom. And if you look at my Instagram or Facebook, Instagram's easier to see the pictures. Like I posted a picture of some pieces that have cat paw prints on them. I'll wash my hands off a little bit and show you one of the pieces over here that that he assisted with. Oh yeah, Shanna, no, I was asking, we were talking about C2E2, and I was wondering, do you still have some people coming to C2E2? Because I told Daniel about it, but I couldn't remember who was coming, or who was thinking about coming to C2E2. So this is one that started out as a much differently shaped bowl. But I had it covered in plastic, and Mir came in, because Mir is the cat's name, and you can see, he, if you can see the paw prints in the bottom, he needed it. He just got in and made it comfy for himself and squished it, and he even scratched at it over here, because you can see the scratch marks. He even tried to adjust it to make it more comfortable for himself. But this one has been purchased. It has been, we've got a color picked out for it. Someone purchased that because Mir did a very good job on it. But now, Minnie doesn't really bother things. She doesn't like to get her feet wet, and she kind of stays away from the pots. And our previous cat we had, Kiba, he did not want to get his feet wet at all. He wanted nothing to do with the clay. So, well, I did manage to get a couple of paw prints from him over the years. Actually, Shanna has one of them because if something was covered in plastic, he would maybe accidentally walk over it, and so I've got a couple of those. Minnie does like plastic bags. Okay, they're still coming, yeah. What did you say, Spook? It looks like a bedpan, yeah. Yeah, Minnie, like, we've had her, oh gosh, we're 5. I guess we've had her 7 years now. That's a while. She came to us as a half-grown cat. She was 6 months old when she got here, and she was about to pop with kittens. So she had her kittens here, and for a while we had like cats running around everywhere. But she likes her plastic bags. She gave birth in a bag of bubble wrap. That's where she made her nest. As it was very, very considerate and convenient of her. Very easy cleanup. Oh, you've got it carefully wrapped up in a drawer. Oh. So the pieces I'm making today, a lot of these are stock. Like I've got orders that I'm making too, but specifically these are going to be some stock for our next show. Kind of filling in some of the gaps. Oh, your son still uses his kitten clawed mug. I remember that, yeah. Because when I was putting the handles on, one of the cats, swiped at the handle and left claw marks in it. Abraham, hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Abraham, thanks for stopping by. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, I think Minnie and Mir, the new cat, are finally starting to get along. Like they've been playing together, and they will like cuddle a little bit when they're sleeping. But like, he really is like the little brother who won't leave her alone, and she gets tired of him. But we caught her looking for him the other day. Whether because maybe she just wanted to know where he was so she could avoid him, but it was cute the way she was looking for him. Like she went to look at all of his favorite spots. You opened the window up for Neil, but Lito jumped up too, so Neil left. Yeah, we actually, so it's gotten like warm enough outside that we opened up the catio. Like it, last fall we put together like a, I don't know if it was like a dog pen or like a chicken pen. One of the two. We got this big metal pen that would fit on our porch, just as a proof of concept, and kind of attached it to the door, kept up close so they couldn't just get out around it. And so we opened it up for them for the first time today. And so far, well, as of when I was there last, only one cat had explored the catio. Oh, it's cold. You're colder than we are. No, it's supposed to get up to 60 here today. And if you're in the sun, it feels great. Yeah, it's not that humid, so 60 degrees in the shade is a little bit cool, but in the sun it feels great. So this might be 50. Let me, I've got to count and see, but I think this is 50. If it decides to be a mug. Oh, your Lita has been trying to play with Neil. Good. Sometimes it just takes them a while. Oh, I like your animated emotes. Ooh, this one is not as tall as I thought it would be. There we go. Yep, that is 51 now. The going live alert. Okay, I thought I changed it to mini and mirror. Maybe I missed one. I'll have to check on that. Yeah, thank you. I know I need to change the lurk command, but I don't really know what I want to change it to yet. Hey, Crimson Sheep. Oops, I'm throwing things around and not in the way I wanted to. Not in that productive way. Well, Crimson Sheep, thank you for the resub. 113 months sounds like a really long time. Yeah. Jenny Nader, thank you for the raid. Whoa, hello everybody. Good afternoon. Let's finish this one up and get it off the wheel. Nina, thank you for the follow. Yeah, welcome everybody. Crimson Sheep, you were reminded that Prime subs still exist. You completely forgot it was a thing. Did they, like, nerf the split? I don't know. I don't remember, and, like, I always, like, forget what to actually call it now. Prime sum, Twitch Prime, Amazon Prime, like, what is it actually called? But... because you know me, I don't keep up with things. I just make the pots. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for the gifted sub. Welcome, welcome. Good afternoon, Jen. What were you doing today? How was your stream? And thanks for bringing everybody over. If y'all are new here, my name is Amanda, Play in the Mud here on Twitch, and more importantly, this is Minnie, or Minerva, my supervisor today. I am making mugs. I'm trying to make it muggy in here. Whoa, look at all of that. Shayna, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Did y'all started a hype train. Look at that. Woohoo. Jen, you need to eat pizza. Eat the pizza. Go have a good lunch. Did I miss what Jen was working on? Because everything is scrolling past. You know, you didn't even see that. Yeah, well, she's not moved really all that much at all. I think she flipped directions once and yawned. But wait, if I step away and go like wash my hands at the sink, she will be up like that and in the front of the studio waiting for treats. Because when I get done in the afternoon, I have been trained to give them treats. Because we have 2 studio cats here, and it started because I would let the cats outside and I would shake the treat box to get them to come inside. But they don't go outside in winter, but they still expect the treats. That's what she's working on, eating a pizza. Okay, I got that, yeah. Spawn, thank you for the follow. So everything that you see in the slideshow and on our website has probably been made on stream because we stream the entire process here. Though most of the time you're going to see me throwing or glazing. Some of the parts in between just really are not that interesting to me. Your Neil likes the tube treats. Yes. Churros, is that what they're called? Yeah, we got some of those too. One of my cats is like so picky, he only likes like 1 or 2 flavors. But this is the first step of making anything. This is what is called wheel throwing because we're spinning things on the wheel. These pieces will need to dry out because they're very, very soft and wobbly. So they need to dry out just enough that I can pick them up without squishing them, and I'll put a handle on them. Then focus. And then we'll put whatever, like sometimes I'm making things for orders and I'll, put certain graphics on here, whatever's been ordered. This batch today is specifically for stock, so I've got a list of things I need to restock for graphics and such, so we'll be doing that. And then once they're completely air dried, they go into the kiln for their first firing up to 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, and then the second firing then we glaze them, add the color to them, and then fire them again to a higher temperature. And all of the colors over here, these are all the different colors that you can choose from. Oh, Petco was having a 20% off sale. Yeah, so yeah, your Lulu is stocked up. Hey, Colleen, good afternoon. It's a lot of different colors of cats, yes. So we actually signed up for another show that we haven't done in a while. So SAF, Southeastern Animal Fiber Fair, SAFF, is in North Carolina, I believe, right? I'm explaining this, I should know exactly where it is. But for the past several years, it's been on the exact same weekend as Maryland. But this year it's finally not. It's the weekend after, so we signed up for it again. Right, and last year the hurricane canceled it. But it was still the same weekend as Maryland. Seems like for you, everything is scheduling for like April 12th. That is C2E2. Yeah. So, Rhinebeck. Did I say Maryland? I should have said Rhinebeck. Yeah, the fall. In October. The one in October. No, the problem is, like, neither of the shows really moved. It's that for the past couple of years, there's only been, maybe 3 weekends in October instead of 4, so things that were the third weekend in October and the last weekend in October were suddenly the same weekend. There we go. What, Minnie moved? She is alive. Though still asleep. Minnie is good. Her and Mir are getting along a lot better. Like, they play together, they cuddle. And I was saying earlier that, like, we caught Minnie looking for him because she was wanting to play, or maybe she just wanted to know where he was so she could avoid him. I don't know. But she went around looking for him in all the spots where he usually lays. They've never been, like, she's never, like, been hateful or mean to him. She's just, yeah, he's a kitten, so he's a bit much sometimes, and he's twice her size. So he can play a bit rough. But no, they play together a lot. And she's a whole lot more cuddly than she had been. But then again, Kiba always kind of demanded the attention first. Oh, yeah, you were at your sister's house over the weekend, and one of her dogs passed away a year or so ago, and the other one still seems to be lost without her. Oh, poor thing. And they were siblings too. And I've got to remember too that Kiba was not nice to Minnie. I mean, it took them how many years for him to like get comfortable with her. Like, Kiba was not nice to other cats. He was just really good with people, so. No, Minnie and me get along really well, and they play together. Well, how's Brody doing with her eyesight? Did you ever get any of the toys that make noise for her to play with? Belzy, yeah, you're happy your two cats love each other, yes. She finds the ball by smell. Aww. Oh, she doesn't like the bells. Oh. Yeah, Belzy, you got your kitten when your girl was only a bit older than 1, so she was still young herself, yeah. Yeah, we have 3 of our cats who at home that act like siblings because we got them all at the same time. And that's really, besides Minnie's kittens here, that's been like the first experience of cats liking each other, because most of our cats are just whatever stray happens to come up and we feed it and keep it, you know. Oh, you had a blind cat for 17 years, and he didn't like the bell toys either. Oh. Wonder if they make too much noise. Yeah, we had a blind cat, so he went blind, like, when he was around 7 or 8. And, but yeah, he didn't play with toys. But he knew his way around the house, so... He was, you know, you wouldn't have known he was blind until he bumped into a wall, you know, misjudged and bumped into a wall. He loved tennis balls because he could just follow it on the wooden floor by the sound. Yeah, it was just enough for him to follow, yeah. All right, that was number 60. I did not hydrate at 60. I did not. Oh, stay with me now. Stay with me now. we go. So I'm gonna see if I can get to 100 today. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, Classic Carnage combines hydrate and posture check into a drink and decrinkle, drinkle and decrinkle. Yeah. It's easy to get into streaming and turn into a shrimp, yes. And it's why I like standing, though sometimes I realize I'm like leaning a certain way and I need to like change the way I'm standing. All right, we've got 65. Yeah, I've even thought about talking about, like, posture and body, and how, like, doing the same thing for hours and hours, or standing in the same place for a while can be a little bit harmful or just exhausting. Like, am I gonna need to just, like, break this up and do like 50 at a time or something, and not do all 100 at a time? But you can see how well I'm following my own advice. Because I know if I stop at 50, that's all that I'm gonna do for the day. I think I might have a tiny bit of sponge in there, but I think it's too small of a piece to try to get out. She's got a little bit of a lump. We've been finding pieces of this poor sponge all day. Let's see. Right there. Is it a sponge or is it harder lump? There it is. It's a little piece of sponge, just that big. But it's not something that moves, so it's disruptive. We'll put a little bit more clay. Okay. See how much of a mark that leaves. The rim is still fairly even, so that's good. And something that small might not have made a difference in the final piece. I mean, it's going to burn out, and it could leave a hole, depending on how big it is, but it was so saturated with clay that it might not have left a big hole. Yeah, it'll burn out in the kiln, just, you know, sometimes depends on how much of a gap that's going to leave. Yeah, so a sponge is not the worst thing that can be stuck in a mug. There are much worse. I've had staples make it through everything and be in a mug, and then suddenly once it's fired, like, what is this black thing in the side of my pot? Because the bags of clay we used to get in were held together with staples, so we used to have to be careful of staples here. Sir Fabulous. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, plaster is the most, I guess, damaging thing that can get into the clay, but sometimes it's used in molds. So we use it, we have big plaster slabs here that we lay out the reclaim on because it's absorbent. But if any little plaster chunk gets stuck into the clay, like, it's hard to see for one thing because it's white, but once it's fired, like, the clay shrinks a little bit, but the plaster doesn't, so it usually just causes a big crack or crater. Whoop, whoop, whoop. This is not too bad. I think it can be fixed. Hey, Crimson Sheep, welcome back. Hope your meeting went well. There we go. Mostly better. Oh yeah, finally cutting off somebody who hasn't paid in 4 months. So closure. Closure. Peacemaker, thank you for the follow. I know it probably looks like I adjusted this and then made the exact same thing, but the other one was a bit wider than it needed to be. That's why that's why I measure, because I've got a guide up here on my camera so I can see if I'm a little bit off. All right, I've gone past the 70 mark. This is 75, so I'm gonna hydrate and set these on the cart. It's a good time to stretch a little bit. All right, so we have less than 25 to make. We have, 23 left to make to get to 100. I think we can do that today. Let's see if we can do that before 4 o'clock. I was just thinking, I wonder, since we're going to Chicago, should I make any Dresden Files things? Is Dresden Files big enough that you think it would be recognized at C2E2? I think it's one of the first cons I've seen a lot of the Outlander crew is going to be at, so sometimes it's worth looking at a con and seeing what guests are going to be there to see what you think you might want to stock up on. Because the only other shows we've done in Chicago have been like Yarny events. Any other fandoms set in Chicago? Woo! Sure, see, this one wanted to be swirly today, but I don't need any more swirly ones. Okay. Alright, it's looking better. It is a little bit taller than I need it to be, but it did not collapse on me, so I'm happy. Alright, that's 79. There we go, that's an easy fix. All right, that was 80. So less than 20 to go now. See, it sounds a lot less intimidating that way. It's actually how I break it down in my head if I need to make a ton of things, like, we'll do the first 10, and then do another 10. I see a sleepy mirror over here. Oh, hey, Minnie. So I need to get some more tiles. Hey, buddy. Nope, he changed his mind. So we have 82. Which was a fairly good year for me. All right, 18 more to go. Like when I see Minnie looking intently somewhere, I'm like, wait, where's Mir? Says, are we about to be attacked? Like for the most part, Mir is very gentle. Like even when he jumps on you, like he doesn't use claws to he doesn't latch on and then like pull himself up. He has fairly good balance, but still there are times when he misses occasionally, but it's been winter time, so we've been wearing hoodies and long pants, but now we're getting into like shorts and capris and sandals weather, and so gotta kind of be on the lookout a little bit more. Put a belt on him. Good morning, Minnie. Oh no, Minnie. She's over here licking the mug I just made. Not too bad, but it's not exactly round anymore. Here we go. Not too bad. Yeah, now Mir has to come take it over. Which is what he was eyeing when he was over here on the table next to me. He just kept looking over here and looking away. It's 86. The end is in sight. The end is in sight. Three and a half hours, nice. Yeah, I started right at noon. Jamie, you enjoy watching me throw the mugs at bowls. It's very quick and efficient, like with no wasted motions. I try. These, like, usually average about, like, a minute and a half or so. These are the pieces I feel like I make, or the shape that I make the most efficiently. Maybe the bowls are a little bit quicker, or the smaller mugs are a little bit quicker. But it is what I have the most practice with. And what I like too is like these, after these are done, like I'm not trimming them. There's nothing else except putting a handle on it, you know, and graphics. Watching while drawing is quite relaxing. Yeah, what are you working on? What are you drawing? Yeah, I always like hearing about what everyone else is working on. I like how we can kind of like bounce the creative energies off of each other. Which honestly is, I think, one of the best things about Twitch is how you can have, you know, the creative communities here. Oh, Anastasia, hello. Yeah, how did the Nash Fest go for us? So we are local. So like the convention center where it was like less than a few miles, just a few miles from our gallery. And so are an accessory, so we were not yarn. We're just selling the mugs and yarn bowls, and we did okay. Like, it is not something that I think it would not have been worth it if we had to travel. And I think that was the consensus for a lot of people. Like, it didn't bring in enough people as a whole to like have an overall good show for everybody. I would call it more of a retreat than a festival, because it was just there just weren't enough people there. You're new to drawing, so you're trying to improve your spatial drawing skills. Gotcha. Well, just like anything else, the key is practice. It was its first year. It was because the organizers, a lot of it can be put down to the first year, and they, you never know what to expect if you've never done anything before. But like, if we weren't local, we wouldn't be doing it again. But we did okay. We made money back. We made some money. I will say though that the people that were there were very happy to be there. I mean, it was like storming dangerously the entire weekend, but people stood outside in line to get in and had a good time. So it was a success from that point, but you know, the organizers, they know how to make a magazine. Maybe they know how to organize. They did not know how to run a show because they didn't know how to manage load in and load out. There was a lot of things that were just not that should have been addressed that were not. So, and that's why there's, they've asked for feedback. So put a lot of it up to growing pains and learning from your first year, but I think they are planning on doing it again. But when you have a show, a show with 90 plus vendors, and you only get about 2,500 people through the door, if it continues to go like that, it's going to be seen as a money grab, trying to get money from vendors and not follow through and provide vendors with enough people to make it worth their while. So there's that kind of going on too. But again, first year. See how they do. And that's why I call it a retreat, because a retreat is usually a small amount of people with kind of like an educational experience, classes with very few vendors that are directly related to the educational experience. So a few yarn vendors to make the thing you're going to be making all weekend. And I don't usually do the smaller shows because I need a big crowd to sell things. So Anastasia, where are you at? Did you were you thinking about going to it, or did you just hear about it? Oh yeah, you're in Northern Ohio and you wanted to go so bad, but you've got a trip planned for DC in 2 weeks. So it wasn't in the calendar for this year. Yeah, they said they were going to do it again next year, so we shall see. Oh, you've been watching other knitters' vlogs about the weekend. What have they been saying? So from the attendee perspective? All right, we have 92. We have 8 more to go. They mostly said it was a good show. The crowd wasn't bad, and they almost all have mentioned the storm. I mean, yeah, you can't do anything about the storms. It's March in Tennessee. We really should just like invest in some umbrellas and ponchos to sell at some of these springtime shows. Oh no! It's the second one of those things I've dropped back there. Okay, did I cut it off? I think I did, didn't I? Yes. All right, let's see if I can see this one. Let's see if I can reach it. There we go. 6 more to go. Oh no. $96. Right, almost there. What is this? This is 98? Maybe? Here we go. I have enough tiles. Here we go, 2 more. Now, I think some of the first ones I made, I can go ahead and put together, so. Because some of those will be dry enough, especially the ones that maybe are on the edges of the cart. Getting a bit more airflow. Because it's not that humid here right now. I mean, it changes every day, so it may rain one day and be humid and keep things from drying out for 3 days, and then suddenly everything will dry out in like 3 hours. All right. I think that's it. That is, it's 3:56. We have made 100 mugs in less than 4 hours. Less than 4 hours. Because it was noon, like, as I started the stream, not when I actually started making things. So we've still got a lot more wiggle room. All right. And this is our reclaim. So this is, we didn't have any claytalities, I don't think. I don't think we had any today. I'm going to see what this weighs. Because this is just the scraps, or the drier scraps from 100 mugs. Some went into the bucket, but let's see what this is. 5 pounds and 1 ounces. 5.01. 5 pounds. So out of 100 pieces of clay, we've got 5 pounds here. Somebody do that math and tell me how many ounces I took off of each mug. 16 ounces to a pound. $16 times 5, 30, 60, 45, 49. Divided by 100. Half an ounce? Is that half an ounce? So not too bad. And so we'll just toss that back into the pug mill and mix it with some fresh clay for stuff we'll be working on for tomorrow. Speaking of the keyboard, here we go. Who's on right now? Well, come on, the scale is supposed to have clay on it. We use it to measure clay. It actually has less clay on it than this thing does, because it's not in the line of sight here of the wheel splattering on everything. I sent a picture of the keyboard to Logitech, and I think they ignored me. I think they hoped that would go away and not associate with them ever again. All right, we're going to go see Brock's. We're actually on at the same time, and go see some impressive wood carving. So guys, thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me and helping me get to 100 pieces. I'm going to start putting these guys together and then see what else I need to restock up on, and then see what I need to do tomorrow. So have a good evening, have a good night, and I will see y'all later. Here we go.